Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep beneath the Ironspine Mountains, where ancient forges burned eternal, and the rhythmic song of hammers had echoed for millennia, young Grimly traced his fingers across markings no dwarf had seen in 1,000 years. The sealed chamber, discovered during routine maintenance of Defoam's lower levels, held secrets that made his heart race. A map etched in mithril, its surface glowing with runes that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. The map led to something that had passed into legend, the Hammer of Moradin, the divine artifact said to have forged the first dwarven weapons and armor. Grimly's hands trembled as he studied the intricate markings. As an apprentice blacksmith, he had grown up hearing tales of the hammer's power, but never had he imagined he would hold the key to its location. His discovery couldn't have come at a more crucial time. The metal devourers had returned. These ancient horrors, looking like a twisted fusion of insect and shadow, had emerged from the deepest chasms 3 moons ago. Already 2 outlying settlements had fallen. Their metal infrastructure consumed entirely tools, weapons, support beams, everything. Even mithril, the magical metal that had protected dwarven kingdoms for generations, dissolved in their caustic presence. As Grimly hurried through Defoam's grand halls, the city's magnificence struck him anew. Massive columns carved with the histories of his people stretched up into darkness, while enchanted crystals cast their warm light across streets paved with perfectly fitted stone. Elevated aqueducts carried water to every level of the city, their intricate network a testament to dwarven engineering. But for how much longer? The metal devourers were drawing closer every day. The council chamber fell silent as Grimly presented his findings. The 7 clan leaders leaned forward in their stone thrones, their eyes fixed on the mithril map. But before they could debate its significance, a commotion erupted at the chamber's entrance. "The Elves seek audience," a guard announced, his voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. Through the towering doors strode a figure that seemed out of place in these depths, tall and lithe, with silver hair and armor that seemed to shimmer with starlight. The elf warrior introduced herself as Ether, emissary of the Silverleaf Kingdom. "The metal devourers threaten us all," she declared, her voice carrying an urgency that caught even the most skeptical council members' attention. "They've begun emerging in our forests, consuming our wardstones and defensive enchantments. Our seers speak of an ancient weapon, a hammer of immense power." Grimly felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders as the council turned to him. Within hours, he found himself preparing for a journey with the most unlikely of companions. Ether's knowledge of the metal devourers ran deeper than she initially revealed. Her people had faced them once before, in an age long past, when elves and dwarves had stood together as allies rather than suspicious neighbors. Their journey took them through the treacherous shadow-deep caverns, where luminous fungi cast eerie light across underground lakes of impossible depth. Ether moved with practiced ease through the darkness, her steps silent where Grimly's boots would occasionally scatter loose stones. They spoke little at first, each wrapped in their own thoughts and prejudices, until a close encounter with a pack of cave trolls forced them to fight back to back, her enchanted blade complementing his warhammer in perfect synchronization. As they made camp that night, Heather finally shared her secret. The metal devourers weren't always creatures of destruction, she explained, her eyes reflecting the glow of their carefully shielded fire. They were guardians once, created by both our peoples working together. The hammer of Moradin didn't just forge weapons, it forged an army of magical constructs, defenders of both kingdoms. But something went wrong. The constructs began to corrupt, their purpose twisted. Rather than protect metal, they began to consume it. Grimly's mind reeled at the implications. So the hammer is the key to controlling them, Heather finished. Or destroying them completely. The choice we'll have to make when we find it. Their path led them deeper into the earth, through chambers that hadn't seen footsteps in millennia. They discovered murals depicting dwarves and elves working side by side, creating wonders that neither race could have achieved alone. The metal devourers appeared in these images too not as the twisted horrors they had become, but as majestic guardians of shining metal and pure light. The final chamber that held the hammer was a marvel that brought tears to Grimly's eyes. A perfect dome of crystal and stone, its walls inlaid with veins of every precious metal known to dwarf or elf. At its center, suspended in a column of light, floated the hammer of Moradin. Its head was forged from a metal neither of them recognized, its surface rippling like liquid starlight, while its handle was wrapped in leather that somehow remained pristine after countless centuries. But they weren't alone. Metal devourers had breached the chamber from below, their chitinous bodies casting twisted shadows as they surrounded the hammer. As Grimly and Heather drew their weapons, preparing for what seemed like their final battle, the young dwarf noticed something strange. The creatures weren't attacking. They were waiting, their compound eyes fixed on the hammer with what almost looked like longing. Understanding dawned on Heather's face. "They're not trying to destroy it," she whispered. "They're drawn to it." They remember what they once were. With trembling hands, Grimly stepped forward and grasped the hammer's handle. Knowledge flooded his mind, memories of creation, of cooperation between races, of the pride and purpose that had filled the original guardians. The hammer had never been meant as a weapon, but as a tool of unity and creation. Together, dwarf and elf worked to restore what had been lost. The hammer's power, guided by Grimly's crafting skills and Heather's magical knowledge, began to heal the corruption that had twisted the metal devourers. One by one, the creatures transformed, their bodies reforming into the majestic guardians they had once been. Word spread quickly through both kingdoms. The sight of the restored guardians, now protecting the borders of both realms, became a symbol of renewal. The great forges of Deepholm burned bright once more, but now they were joined by elven craftsmen, eager to revive the ancient partnerships that had created such wonders. Grimly took his place as master of a new guild, one dedicated to preserving and advancing the combined knowledge of both peoples. Heather became a frequent visitor to Deepholm, and the chambers that had once held the map became a library of shared wisdom. The hammer of Moradin found a new home in a chamber rebuilt by both races, accessible to all who sought to create rather than destroy. And in the halls of Deepholm, new murals were carved, telling the tale of a young dwarf and an elven warrior who remembered that the greatest powers are not those that destroy, but those that bring people together. Above the entrance to the new guild hall, words were carved in both dwarven runes and elven script. In unity, we forge wonders. In wisdom, we preserve them. In friendship, we protect them. And beneath these words, generations of dwarves and elves would pass, each adding their own chapters to the story that began with an ancient map and the courage to trust an unlikely ally. Story 2. The summons came on a moonless night, carried by a raven whose feathers gleamed with an unnatural blue sheen. Archmage Alaun stood at her tower's highest window in the elven city of Silverspire, reading the urgent message by starlight. The great forges of the dwarven kingdoms were failing, their magical crystals dimming for the first time in thousands of years. In her centuries of study, Alawan had never seen the proud dwarven lords request elven assistance so desperately. The crystals that powered their forges were more than mere tools. They were the heartbeat of dwarven civilization, providing the energy needed to craft their legendary weapons and create the massive underground cities they called home. Dawn found her riding toward the Iron Spine Mountains, her staff of crystalline eldwood strapped to her back, its tip glowing with a soft azure light. The journey to the great dwarven city of Khazad Forge took her through the Twilight Valley, where ancient standing stones hummed with old magic, their surfaces carved with warnings in languages even she could barely comprehend. The entrance to Khazad Forge was a testament to dwarven engineering and artistry. Massive doors of mithril and steel, etched with scenes of legendary battles and great feasts. But as they swung open at her approach, Alawan noticed something troubling. The usual warm golden light that spilled from the forges had taken on a sickly purple tinge. Thorgan Iron-Baird, master smith of the 7 forges, met her at the entrance. His beard was braided with rings of office, though soot and worry had stained them dark. The crystals fade faster each day, he said without preamble, his deep voice echoing off the carved walls. We've lost 2 forges already. The others. He led her through corridors that would have dazzled her under different circumstances. Massive pillars carved to look like ancient warriors held up vaulted ceilings studded with luminous crystals. Aqueducts of pure gold carried water to the forges, their surfaces reflecting the troubled lights of the failing forge crystals. The main forge chamber took her breath away, despite the crisis at hand. 7 great forges, each the size of an elven palace, were arranged in a perfect circle. At the heart of each burned a crystal larger than a dragon's egg, their surfaces faceted with impossibly precise geometry. But where they should have blazed with pure white light, they now pulsed with unsettling colors, deep purples, sickly greens, and occasional flashes of absolute darkness that made her magical senses recoil. Alawan approached the nearest crystal, her staff raised. The magic within it felt wrong, twisted somehow, like a song played in reverse. As she delved deeper with her magical senses, something reached back, a consciousness ancient and alien, filled with a hunger that had festered for millennia. These aren't power sources, she whispered, horror dawning in her voice. They're prisons. Thorgan's heavy brows drew together. Prisons? For what? Chaos entities. Beings from between the worlds, Alawan's mind raced through ancient texts she had studied, forbidden knowledge passed down through generations of archmagi. Your ancestors didn't create these crystals. Mine did. The elves of the First Age trapped these beings, using magic that was forbidden for good reason. The truth spilled out like poison from an old wound. The entities had been sealed away using blood magic, thousands of elven lives sacrificed to create the prison crystals. The dwarves had been given the crystals as gifts, told they were sources of endless power. Each strike of a hammer, each blast of forge fire, had drawn power from the entity's endless struggle to escape. But now, after millennia of constant use, the seals were failing. Thorgan's face darkened with fury. Your people used us? Made us unknowingly torture these beings for power? My ancestors did, Alawan corrected firmly. And now we must fix their mistake before a crack like thunder split the air. One of the crystals had developed a fissure, darkness seeping from it like smoke. Within seconds, the darkness began to take shape, writhing tentacles of void stuff that reached out with horrible purpose. Clear the forges, Thorgan bellowed, his voice carrying the authority of his position. Dwarven craftsmen abandoned their work, running for the exits as the entity began to free itself. Elauen's mind raced. The original binding had required blood magic, but perhaps. She raised her staff, channeling power through the Eldwood crystal at its tip. "Master Smith," she called to Thorgan, "I need your help." The entities feed on power magical or mechanical. But if we could give them a different purpose, show them a way to exist in our world without being imprisoned, understanding dawned in Thorgan's eyes. He rushed to his forge, grabbing his masterwork hammer. "The forges don't just destroy," he said. "They create together." They began a desperate gambit. As the entity emerged, Elauen channeled pure magical energy toward it, while Thorgan struck his hammer against the forge's anvil in a complex rhythm. The combination of elven magic and dwarven craft created something new, a harmony that caught the entity's attention. Slowly, impossibly, the darkness began to coalesce into solid form. Where there had been writhing void, now stood a being of crystal and shadow, its form reminiscent of the geometric patterns that had decorated its prison. It looked at them with eyes that shimmered like stars in the deepest night. Over the next several days, Elauen and Thorgan worked tirelessly to free and transform the remaining entities. Each emerged into a unique form, some crystalline, others like living metal or sentient flame. Instead of imprisoned power sources, they became guardians and partners in the forges, offering their power freely in exchange for the chance to create rather than destroy. The cooperation between elf and dwarf had done more than solve the immediate crisis. As word spread of what had happened, other changes followed. The elven councils admitted to their ancestors' crimes and offered reparations in the form of magical knowledge freely shared. The dwarves, after their initial anger, recognized that the present could not be sacrificed to the grudges of the past. New forges were built, designed jointly by elven mages and dwarven craftsmen, with the transformed entities as willing participants in the creation of wonders neither race could have achieved alone. The old forge crystals were carefully dismantled, their remains transformed into monuments that told the true story of their creation, a reminder that redemption could come from even the darkest secrets. Elauen often returned to Khazad Forge in the years that followed, working alongside Thorgan to explore the new possibilities their partnership had revealed. The great forges blazed brighter than ever, but now with clean light freely given rather than power cruelly taken. And in the archives of both peoples, the tale was recorded, how the failure of the forged crystals had led not to disaster, but to a new age of cooperation and creation. Above the entrance to the new Grand Forge, words were carved in both Elven and Dwarven script. From darkness, light. From ancient wrongs, new rights. From truth, unity. The transformed entities would sometimes gather there, their crystalline forms refracting the light of the forges into patterns that seemed to dance with joy, a testament to the power of redemption and the strength found in facing the truth together. Story 3. The shadows of the great forest of Silverleaf danced in the dying light, their movements revealing and concealing paths between ancient trees whose trunks gleamed like polished silver. Darien, a half-elven bounty hunter, known more for his skill with a bow than his welcome in either elvish or human settlements, crouched low as he tracked his latest quarry through the underbrush. The trail was strange, too heavy for a deer, too deliberate for a bear. Whatever had passed through here was trying to remain hidden, yet clearly unfamiliar with forest craft. The broken twigs and disturbed leaves might as well have been a blazing torch to Darien's trained eyes. A muffled cry caught his attention, followed by the distinctive sound of steel being drawn. Bandits. Moving swiftly but silently through the trees, Darien knocked an arrow as he approached the source of the disturbance. What he found stopped him cold. 3 shadow assassins, their black armor seeming to drink in what little light filtered through the canopy, had surrounded what appeared to be a dwarven child. But it was the amulet clutched in the child's tiny hands that caught Darian's attention. Even in the dim light, the royal seal of the lost Ironheart dynasty was unmistakable, its surface gleaming with an inner fire that spoke of deep magic. Without hesitation, Darian loosed his first arrow. It struck true, finding a gap in the nearest assassin's armor. The shadow warrior dissolved into dark mist with an otherworldly shriek. The remaining 2 spun toward him, their movements unnaturally fluid. "Run!" Darian shouted to the child as he drew and fired again. But the young dwarf seemed frozen in place, clutching the amulet like a lifeline. The shadow assassins moved in perfect synchronization, their blackened blades leaving trails of darkness in the air as they advanced. Drawing his twin short swords, one of elvish steel that gleamed with a blue light, the other of dwarven make that seemed to hum with stored power, Darian leaped into the fray. His mixed heritage, so often a source of isolation, proved an advantage as he combined elvish grace with dwarven strength, meeting the assassin's supernatural speed with a fighting style neither fully elvish nor entirely human. When the fight ended and the last shadow dissipated into the growing dusk, Darian turned to find the child watching him with eyes that seemed far too old for such a young face. "I am Thorin," the young dwarf said in a voice that trembled only slightly. "And I think you were meant to find me." That night, as they sheltered in the hollow of an ancient oak, Thorin shared his tale. He was the last of the Ironheart line, hidden away since infancy by loyal servants when the 7 dwarven houses fell into civil war. The amulet he carried was more than a symbol of royalty. It was the key to uniting the warring houses, if one knew its secrets. "There is a prophecy," Thorin explained, his small fingers tracing the runes on the amulet's surface. "When the 7 stars align beneath the mountain's heart, the true heir shall rise to forge new bonds from ancient blood." Darian felt the weight of destiny settling around them like a heavy cloak. "And the shadow assassins? They serve the Shadowforge clan," Thorin replied. "They would rather see the houses remain divided, where they can maintain their power through fear and manipulation. Their journey took them through lands both beautiful and perilous. They crossed the glimmering plains, where crystals jutted from the earth like frozen rainbows, and traversed the deep roads, ancient highways carved through the mountains by the first dwarven kings. All the while, shadows dogged their steps, and whispers of their passage spread through both the high elvish courts and the deep dwarven halls. In the city of Silverspire, where elvish towers seemed to touch the stars themselves, they found unexpected allies. The elders of the Silver Council, keepers of ancient lore, recognized something in Darian that he himself had never known. His own royal lineage traced back to a time when elves and dwarves had forged alliances through marriage rather than mere treaties. "Your very existence," the chief elder told him, "is proof that unity is possible. Perhaps that is why you were chosen to find the heir, but it was in the depths of the Ironheart stronghold, abandoned since the start of the Civil War, that the true purpose of their journey became clear." The amulet led them to a sealed chamber deep beneath the mountain, where 7 thrones sat in a perfect circle around a central forge. As Thorin stepped into the chamber, the amulet began to pulse with light, its rhythm matching the beating of their hearts. The very mountain seemed to awaken, ancient mechanisms grinding to life as the prophecy began to unfold. The 7 warring houses, drawn by signs and portents they couldn't ignore, arrived to find Thorin standing before the ancestral forge, the amulet's light illuminating the truth of his lineage for all to see. But it was Darian's presence, a living bridge between the races, that completed the prophecy's meaning. The ancient blood spoken of in the prophecy, Thorin announced, his young voice carrying the weight of centuries, was never just about dwarven bloodlines. It was about all the free peoples of these lands, and the bonds we once shared. The revelation shook the foundations of both dwarven and elvish society. The seven houses, confronted with living proof of their shared history and the cost of their division, began the slow process of reconciliation. The Shadowforge clan's influence waned as their secrets came to light, their shadow assassins fading like mist before the dawn. Darien found his place at last, no longer caught between worlds, but helping to bridge them. He became Thorin's protector and advisor, teaching the young king to be the wisdom of both his ancestors and the importance of forging new paths. Years later, when Thorin took his place as High King of the United Houses, this ceremony was attended by representatives of all the free peoples. The amulet, now set into the pommel of the royal sword, shone not with the light of power, but with the brighter gleam of hope and unity. And in the chronicles kept by both elves and dwarves, they told the tale of how a half-elven outcast and a dwarven child changed the course of history, not through strength of arms alone, but through the courage to believe in a future where ancient divisions could be healed by understanding and trust. In the great hall of the restored Ironheart stronghold, a new motto was carved in both Elvish and Dwarven script: indifference, strength. In unity, wisdom. In trust, victory. And beneath these words, the image of a half-elven warrior standing guard over a young dwarven king became a symbol of the new age they had helped to forge. Story 4. The ice mountains pierced the sky like ancient spears, their peaks perpetually shrouded in swirling snow and secrets. It was here that Azeroth, the Crimson Mage, had made his home for centuries, guardian of a crystal that pulsed with power in the heart of his fortress. Few ventured this far north, and those who did spoke of strange lights in the mountain peaks and the distant sound of beating wings in the endless night. When Azeroth appeared in the lands of men, his crimson robes sweeping across the marble floors of the High King's court, his presence sent ripples of unease through the assembled nobles. He spoke of awakening dragons, of an ancient crystal beginning to fail, and of a darkness stirring in the frozen north that threatened to unleash powers long dormant. Princess Thorina of the Iron-Spined Dwarves watched from her position as diplomatic envoy, her keen eyes noting how the mage's hands trembled slightly when he spoke of the crystal. There was more to his tale than he revealed. She had spent too many years learning to read the subtle signs of deception in the courts of both dwarves and men to miss the signs. The crystal's first crack came during a full moon, its sound echoing across the realms like distant thunder. In the weeks that followed, reports began to arrive. Massive shapes moving through the clouds, the beating of wings that could level forests, roars that shook the very foundations of the earth. The dragons were awakening, just as Azeroth had warned. But it was what Thorina discovered in the ancient archives beneath her father's mountain fortress that changed everything. Deep in the oldest scrolls, written in a script so ancient she needed 3 different translation keys to decipher it, she found the truth about the Crimson Mage. He is no guardian, she announced to the assembled council of dwarven elders, her voice ringing off the carved stone walls. He is one of them, the last of the great shape-shifting dragons, who chose to walk among us in human form rather than sleep with his kin. The revelation sparked fierce debate in both human and dwarven realms. Some called for immediate action against the dragon in their midst, while others argued that Azeroth's centuries of service as guardian should count for something. King Ironbeard, Thorina's father, counseled swift and decisive action. A dragon cannot change its nature, he declared. Better to strike now, before they all wake. But Thorina saw something others missed. In all the ancient accounts of the Dragon Wars, One detail stood out: the shapeshifters had fought on humanity's side, using their powers to protect the younger races from their more savage kin. And Azeroth had spent centuries not hoarding treasure or seeking power, but keeping watch over his own kind's slumber. Against her father's wishes, she rode north into the Ice Mountains. The journey was treacherous, with winds that cut like knives and paths that wound along precipices where one wrong step meant certain death. When she finally reached Azeroth's fortress, she found him standing before the failing crystal, his human form flickering like a candle in a wind. "You know then," he said without turning, his voice carrying echoes of something ancient and powerful. "I know you've spent centuries protecting us from your own kind," Therina replied, her hand steady on her axe despite her racing heart. "And I know you could have left at any time, let them wake, and ruled the skies again." The crystal pulsed between them, its light casting strange shadows on the ice-carved walls. Azeroth turned, and for a moment, Therina saw his true form reflected in the crystalline surfaces around them, scales of deep crimson, wings that could span a battlefield, eyes that held the wisdom of millennia. "They are not all like me," he said softly. "Many of my kind viewed the younger races as insects to be crushed. The crystal was our solution, those of us who chose to protect rather than destroy. We bound them in magical sleep, and I volunteered to watch over their slumber." Another crack appeared in the crystal's surface, and with it came a distant roar that shook dust from the fortress ceiling. "But now they wake," he continued, "and I must choose again. Fight my own kind, or stand aside and watch the world burn." Therina took a step forward, her dwarven crafting instincts studying the crystal's structure. "Perhaps there's another way. My people know the secret of binding magical energies into crystal matrices. If we could stabilize it, it would only delay the inevitable," Azeroth replied. "They stir because they sense the changes in the world." "The time of sleeping dragons has passed, then perhaps it's time for a new pact," Therina suggested. "Not between dragons and their keepers, but between all the free people's humans, dwarves, and yes, dragons who choose peace over power." The next weeks were a blur of diplomatic missions, ancient rituals, and desperate gambles. As each dragon awoke, Azeroth met them in their own form, his crimson scales gleaming as he spoke to them in the ancient tongue of their kind. Some chose violence and had to be fought battles that would become legend, with Azeroth and Therina's combined forces facing creatures of nightmare and legend. But others listened. They saw how the world had changed, how the younger races had built wonders of their own. Some even found themselves curious about these new civilizations that had risen while they slept. The final battle came at the crystal's last breaking, as the most ancient and terrible of the dragons emerged from its prison of light. The creature's scales were midnight black, its eyes burning with the fury of centuries of imprisonment. But it faced not just Azeroth and a handful of allies, but a united front, dwarven war machines powered by crystals of their own making, human armies with weapons enchanted to pierce dragon scales, and overhead, the dragons who had chosen peace wheeling in formation. In the end, it was not force of arms that won the day, but the wisdom Therina had seen in Azeroth from the start. The ancient dragon, faced with the sight of its own kind choosing cooperation over conquest, chose to listen rather than destroy. The crystal chamber became a place of counsel rather than imprisonment, where representatives of all races, including those dragons who chose to take humanoid form, could meet in peace. Azeroth no longer needed to stand eternal guard, though he chose to remain as an advisor and bridge between the races. And Therina, whose trust had helped forge this new alliance, became known as the Dragon Friend, the first of a new order of diplomats who worked to maintain the peace between the ancient and younger races. In the great hall of her father's fortress, A new tapestry was hung, showing a crimson dragon and a dwarven princess standing together, with words woven in threads of gold. Wisdom sees beyond shapes, truth beyond appearances, and hope beyond ancient fears. Story 5. In the depths of Moria, where ancient pillars rose like petrified giants in the darkness, Lyrandril pressed her palm against cold stone and felt a heartbeat. The young elven warrior had ventured deeper into the dwarven stronghold than any of her kind had in centuries, drawn by rumors of strange echoes in the deep and the whispers of secrets long buried. The heartbeat shouldn't have been possible. She stood before the legendary statue of Durgan Stonefist, the last true king of the Dwarves, said to have fallen in the great battle against the Shadow Mages 1,000 years ago. But as her fingers traced the intricate runes carved into the statue's base, she felt it again, a rhythmic pulse that sent tingles of ancient magic up her arm. So, you can feel it too. The voice emerged from the shadows, gravelly as stone on stone. Thorin Deepforge, master of the Dwarven archives, stepped into the light of her crystal lamp. His eyes, sharp as cut gems, studied her with a mixture of suspicion and desperate hope. We thought we were imagining things until the trolls began their attacks, as if summoned by his words. A distant boom echoed through the halls, followed by the clash of steel and the war cries of dwarven defenders. The mountain trolls had grown bold in recent months, their attacks on both dwarven and elven settlements becoming more frequent and organized. "This is no statue," Lyrandril said, her voice barely a whisper. Her magical senses, inherited from her high elven mother, screamed at the power contained within the stone before her. "This is the king himself, transformed by magic." Thorin's beard twitched as he nodded grimly. "The histories speak of a great curse cast by the Shadow Mages in their final battle. We always assumed it was propaganda, that no magic could be strong enough to turn living flesh to stone." But now another boom rattled dust from the ceiling. Closer this time. The trolls were pushing deeper into the stronghold than ever before. Lyrandril's fingers found a pattern in the runes, a sequence that spoke of binding and transformation. But there was something else, something that made her blood run cold. This curse. It wasn't just meant for the king. It was meant for all of you. The only reason it didn't spread was because he took it all upon himself. Thorin finished. Durgan sacrificed himself to save his people. The next explosion shook the very foundations of the mountain. Screams and the sound of crumbling stone echoed from the upper levels. Lyrandril could hear the trolls now, their guttural voices crying out in triumph as they breached another defense. "We have to wake him," she declared, her hand moving to the crystalline sword at her hip, an heirloom of her father's house, said to have been forged in the age when elves and dwarves still worked together in harmony. Thorin's eyes widened. The curse is ancient magic, blood magic. It would take something equally powerful to break it. Lyrandril drew her blade, its surface catching the lamplight like captured starfire. "My father once told me our blood carries magic older than the mountains themselves. Perhaps that's why I was drawn here, why I can feel his heartbeat in the stone." The decision crystallized in her mind with the clarity of destiny. The trolls would overwhelm both their peoples separately, but united, with the legendary Durgan Stonefist leading them. They might have a chance. Lyrandril pressed her blade to her palm, letting her blood mixed with the ancient magic of the High Elves flow onto the runes at the statue's base. At first, nothing happened. Then the runes began to glow with a soft blue light that pulsed in time with the heartbeat she had felt earlier. The transformation began slowly, a finger twitching, color seeping into gray stone, the subtle shift of cloth that had been rigid mineral moments before. As Durgan awakened, Lyrandril felt the magic of the curse fighting back, trying to maintain its hold. She poured more of her power into the breaking, feeling her immortality, the defining gift of her people flowing out with her blood. The king's eyes opened first, deep as mine shafts and sharp as cut diamonds. Then, with a sound like an avalanche in reverse, the stone fell away completely. Durgan Stonefist, last true king of the Dwarves, drew his first breath in a millennium. He caught Lyrandril as she stumbled, her immortality spent in breaking his curse. "You gave up your eternal life," he said, his voice rough from centuries of silence, "to wake an old dwarf?" She managed a smile, even as she felt the strange new weight of mortality settling into her bones. "To save both our peoples, your majesty." The troll's another explosion rocked the chamber, closer still. Durgan's expression hardened as he took in the sounds of battle above. Without a word, he strode to a section of wall and pressed his hand to it. The stone rippled like water, revealing a chamber that contained his legendary warhammer, Mountain Heart. "Take this," he said, pulling a ring from his finger and pressing it into Lyrandril's hand. "It carries some of the power that was meant for my people. It won't restore your immortality, but it will give you strength beyond any mortal elf." Together, they raced through the halls of Moria, gathering survivors as they went. Word of the king's return spread like wildfire through the dwarven ranks, turning retreat into advance. Lyrandril fought at his side, her sword flashing with renewed purpose as Durgan's hammer shattered troll armor like glass. The battle that followed became legend among both peoples. Dwarven warriors rallied to their returned king, while Lyrandril's presence convinced the elven patrols in the nearby forests to join the fight. United for the first time in centuries, they drove the trolls back into the depths from which they had emerged. In the years that followed, the alliance forged in that desperate hour grew stronger. Durgan worked to heal the ancient rifts between their peoples, with Lyrandril serving as both advisor and bridge between the races. Though she had sacrificed her immortality, she found a different kind of eternal life in the stories told of her courage, in the peace she helped forge, and in the bloodlines of both peoples, who learned to see strength in their differences and power in their unity. In the great hall of Moria, where the statue of Durgan had stood for so long, a new monument was raised, an elf and a dwarf standing back to back, carved from a single piece of crystal that seemed to pulse with its own inner light, and beneath it, words in both elven and dwarven script: "Through sacrifice, awakening. Through trust, unity. Through courage, legend." The ring Durgan had given her became a symbol of her unique position, neither fully elven nor truly mortal, but something new, a bridge between worlds. And on quiet nights, when she pressed her hand to the stone walls of the mountain, she could still feel the heartbeat of the kingdom she had helped to wake from its long slumber. Story 6. The crystal forest shimmered in the moonlight, each tree a masterpiece of translucent beauty, their branches casting rainbow-tinted shadows on the snow-covered ground. But to Lyriana, daughter of the elven king Thalorian, the ethereal beauty held a terrifying secret. With each passing day, more of her people were transforming into crystal statues, their faces frozen in expressions of serene acceptance that haunted her dreams. Tonight, she had followed her father through hidden passages beneath the ancient palace, determined to discover why he had been disappearing during the darkest hours. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern that took her breath away, not with beauty, but with awe and fear. There, chained with magical bonds that pulsed with ancient power, was a creature of legend, a frost dragon. Frostweaver, as she would later learn was his name, lay curled in the center of the cavern, his scales shimmering like freshly fallen snow under starlight. His eyes, when they fixed upon her, held not the mindless fury she had expected, but a deep and ancient wisdom. Another visitor comes to gaze upon the prisoner. The dragon's voice resonated in her mind, tinged with irony. But you are different, young princess. You carry the weight of your people's suffering in your heart. Before Liriana could respond, King Thalorian emerged from the shadows, his face a mask of fury and fear. Liriana, you should not be here. She should have been here long ago, Frostweaver countered, ice crystals forming in the air as he spoke. The curse spreads, does it not? Your people turn to crystal, one by one, and you still believe imprisonment is the answer. The truth spilled out like water from a broken dam. The crystal curse was no random affliction, but an ancient safeguard placed by the elves' own ancestors. A last resort to prevent an even greater catastrophe, the awakening of Mornith, the devourer of realms. Your ancestors were wise in their desperation, Frostweaver explained as Liriana and her father listened. They knew Mornith could only be contained while the elves maintained their connection to the forests. When they sensed his stirring, they created the crystal curse better to preserve their people in crystal stasis than allow Mornith to wake. But there must be another way, Liriana insisted, her mind racing. The dwarves of the mountain holds their magic is different from ours. If we could combine their craft with our own, a new voice joined their council, gruff, but carrying its own kind of wisdom. And so we shall, if you're brave enough to try. From another tunnel emerged a stocky figure, Thorjan, the exiled master smith of the dwarves, his beard braided with strips of metal that caught the cavern's light. Thorjan had been tracking the spread of crystal formations in his own realm, following them to their source. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The crystalline growths weren't just transforming the elves. They were creating a massive pattern visible only from above, a ritual circle of immense proportions. The solution, they realized, lay in the crystals of Dawn, 3 legendary gems that had been split between the races ages ago. Combined, they held the power to break the curse without awakening Mornith. But obtaining them would require cooperation between peoples who had been rivals for centuries. Their quest took them to the highest peaks where ice never melts, through caverns that had never known light, and into the heart of forests where time itself seemed to flow differently. Liriana learned to trust Thorjan's crafting skills, while the dwarf came to respect the subtle magics of the elves. Frostweaver, released from his chains, proved an invaluable ally, his ancient knowledge helping them decipher clues left by their ancestors. But with each crystal they recovered, the curse accelerated. Entire villages transformed overnight, the crystal statues of their inhabitants glowing with an inner light that grew stronger as Mornith stirred in his ancient prison. The race against time became desperate as they searched for the final crystal. The last crystal lay in the heart of the crystal forest itself, hidden within the first tree to ever crystallize. As they approached it, Mornith's influence grew stronger. The air itself seemed to thicken with dread, and visions of apocalyptic futures plagued their dreams. The final battle came not against monsters or rival armies, but against time itself. As Liriana reached for the last crystal, the curse accelerated exponentially. She watched in horror as crystallization crept up her own arms, feeling the cold stillness trying to claim her. Thorjan's voice called out through her rising panic. The crystals, lass. Use them now. His own body was half transformed, his legendary beard now delicate crystal strands. With the last of her mobility, Liriana brought the 3 crystals together. Frostweaver's ice magic merged with Thorjan's dwarven craft and her own elven heritage, creating a resonance that shook the foundations of the world. The crystals of dawn began to sing not with sound, but with pure magical energy that rippled outward in waves of rainbow light. The crystal curse shattered, not like breaking glass, but like ice melting in spring. Throughout the realm, crystallized elves returned to flesh and blood, awakening as if from a long dream. But the magic didn't stop there. The residual energy formed new patterns, creating barriers of pure force that would keep Mornith bound for another age. In the aftermath, the alliances forged in crisis did not fade. Thorgin established a school where dwarven craftsmen and elven mages could study together, seeking new ways to combine their arts. Frostweaver became a guardian of both peoples, his wisdom helping to heal centuries of mistrust. And Lyriana, she learned that true leadership meant more than maintaining tradition. Under her guidance, the Crystal Forest became a symbol not of curse and sacrifice, but of cooperation and hope. The crystalline trees remained, no longer a prison for her people, but a reminder of what they had overcome together. On clear nights, when the moons are full and the crystal forest shimmers with reflected light, visitors can sometimes hear a strange harmony, the distant roar of a frost dragon, the ring of a dwarven hammer, and the soft singing of elves, all blending together in a song of unity and triumph over darkness. Story 7. Thunder rolled through the halls of Moria, but not from any storm. Deep beneath the sacred mountain, the ancient forges were awakening. Their dormant fires, cold for 1,000 years, now burned with an otherworldly blue flame that cast dancing shadows on walls carved with the histories of the dwarven kingdoms. Drakkar Stonefist felt the tremors in his bones before the messenger reached his self-imposed exile in the high valleys. The former general of the dwarven armies stood at the mouth of his modest cave dwelling, his battle-scarred hands gripping the railing of his meditation balcony. The wind carried the scent of metal and magic, a combination that haunted his darkest memories. "It's happening again," he whispered to the mountain winds. 10 years of exile, of seeking peace through solitude, shattered by the very thing he had sacrificed everything to prevent. The messenger, a young dwarf scout with barely a wisp of a beard, arrived breathless at dawn. "General Stonefist, the forges, they're alive. The constructs, they rise again." Drakkar closed his eyes, memories of the last great war flooding back. The desperate battle against constructs that couldn't be killed, the terrible choice he had made to seal the forges, and the price of that decision, exile from his people, branded a coward by those who didn't understand the true threat. But there was one who might understand, one whose own exile mirrored his own. The elven necromancer Oriel, cast out by her people for daring to study the forbidden arts that bridged life and death. She alone might know how to fight an army of metal and trapped spirits. Finding her proved easier than expected. She was waiting for him at the crossroads of the Fallen, where the ancient trade routes between their peoples intersected. Her silver hair had turned stark white since he'd last seen her, and her eyes held the weight of centuries of forbidden knowledge. "The spirits cry out," she said by way of greeting, her voice carrying ethereal echoes. "They're being bound against their will, trapped in bodies of enchanted metal. But these aren't just any spirits, are they, Drakkar?" The old general shook his head heavily. "They're the souls of our ancient kings. When they died, their spirits were preserved in the sacred forges, meant to guide future generations. But something has corrupted the bindings. Something is turning them into weapons. Together, they descended into the depths of Moria through hidden passages that Drakkar remembered from his days as general. The great halls of the dwarven kingdom were in chaos. Constructs of metal and magic stalked the corridors, beautiful and terrible creations that moved with unnatural grace, their forms incorporating the regalia and symbols of long-dead dwarven rulers. Oriel's magic allowed them to move unseen, cloaked in shadows that even the construct's enchanted sensors couldn't penetrate. But what they discovered in the heart of the mountain shook them to their core. The great forges pulsed with corrupted energy, their flames feeding into a massive artifact suspended above the central pit. The artifact was ancient, predating even the dwarven kingdoms, a sphere of interlocking rings covered in runes that spoke of both elven and dwarven craftsmanship. The nexus of unity, Oriel breathed, her eyes wide with recognition. I've seen it described in forbidden texts. It was created in the age when our peoples were allies, meant to channel the combined power of both races. But it was hidden away when the Great Schism occurred, hidden here, in our most sacred forges, Drakkar added grimly. And now it's being used to enslave the spirits of our ancestors, but they weren't alone in their discovery. From the shadows emerged Lord Ironweave, the current ruler of Moria, his ornate armor now fused with living metal that crawled across his skin like mercury. The old ways have made us weak. Ironweave's voice resonated with unnatural harmonics. Our ancestors understood power. With the Nexus, we can forge an army that combines dwarven craft, elven magic, and the wisdom of our greatest kings. We can unite all peoples under one rule or destroy those who resist. The battle that followed would be sung about in both elven and dwarven halls for generations to come. Oriel's necromantic powers allowed her to communicate with the trapped spirits of the kings, while Drakkar's intimate knowledge of the forge's mechanisms gave them a fighting chance against the corrupted constructs. The turning point came when they realized the truth. The Nexus wasn't just a tool of power. It was a bridge between worlds. The spirits of the ancient kings weren't meant to be weapons. They were meant to be guides to understanding between the races. Their imprisonment was an abomination against the very purpose of their preservation. Working together, Oriel and Drakkar managed to free the spirits while containing the Nexus's power. The constructs, without the ancient king's souls to animate them, became nothing more than empty shells. Lord Ironweave, his connection to the living metal severed, was left to face judgment from both peoples. But the most profound impact came in the aftermath. The freed spirits of the ancient kings, before passing on to their final rest, shared visions of the age when elves and dwarves worked together. The nexus of unity, they revealed, was not meant to be a weapon, but a reminder of what could be achieved through cooperation. Drakkar and Oriel's exile ended that day, but neither returned fully to their former lives. Instead, they established a new order of guardians, comprised of both races, dedicated to protecting the knowledge and artifacts of their shared history. The Forges of Moria were rededicated as a place of learning where both peoples could study together. The Nexus remains in the heart of the mountain, its power carefully contained, but not destroyed. Some say that on quiet nights, when the forges burn low, you can still hear the whispers of the ancient kings, not warnings or battle cries, but songs of hope for a future where the barriers between peoples crumble like the walls that once divided them. And in the highest tower of the newly established Academy of Unity, an old dwarven general and an elven necromancer can often be found sharing tales of their adventures, proving that the strongest bonds are often forged in the fires of adversity. Story 8. Silver Spire pierced the clouds like a sword thrust into the heavens, its crystalline walls catching the last rays of sunset and fracturing them into 1,000 rainbow shards. The city of the winged elves floated among the clouds, held aloft by ancient magics in the dreams of its creators. But tonight, something was wrong. The usual song of wind through the crystal spires had turned discordant, carrying whispers of doom on its ethereal notes. Eris stood at her post on the twilight balcony, her white wings folded tightly against her back as she watched the approaching storm. As captain of the Sky Guard, she had learned to read the meanings hidden in the winds, and these clouds spoke of something more than mere weather. They moved against the natural flow, spiraling towards the city, like smoke drawn to a flame. The dying dwarf appeared from nowhere, stumbling onto the balcony in a shower of golden sparks. His beard was singed, and his once fine armor bore the marks of terrible combat. In his trembling hands, he clutched a hammer that seemed to drink in the fading daylight. "The Shadowman returns," he gasped, pressing the hammer into Eris's hands before she could call for aid. "The court must be awakened." Before he reaches full power, blood trickled from beneath his armor as he spoke. "Find Grimjaw in the cloud fortresses. The hammer will show the way." The dwarf's body dissolved into motes of golden light before Eris could even ask his name, leaving behind only the hammer and questions that tickled at the edges of ancient prophecies she had learned as a child. The hammer's surface was covered in forbidden runes that seemed to shift and change as she watched, telling fragments of a story that had been struck from most historical records. The Star Court immortal judges who had once maintained peace between all races. Shadowmen and Elven Archmagus who had corrupted the court's power and been banished into the void between worlds. And now, after millennia, he was returning as something no longer fully elf, but a being of living shadow. A chorus of screams drew her attention to the lower city. Shadows were creeping up the crystal walls of Silverspire, moving against the light, consuming the magic that kept the city aloft. Where they touched, the crystal turned black and began to crack. Eris spread her wings and took flight, the hammer thrumming with power against her hip. The prophecies spoke of cloud-dwelling dwarves, the Grimjaw clan, who had rejected the mountains of their ancestors for fortresses that sailed the skies. Finding them would not be easy. Their floating strongholds were said to be invisible to all but those who knew their secrets. But as she soared through the storm-racked sky, the hammer began to glow, pulling her towards a bank of dark clouds that seemed somehow more solid than their neighbors. As she approached, the illusion rippled and fell away, revealing a massive fortress crafted from stone and steel, floating serenely among the thunderheads. The grim-jawed dwarves were unlike any she had encountered in her years of diplomatic service. Their armor was light and elegant, decorated with cloud motifs and wind runes. They moved with an almost elven grace, though they retained the legendary dwarven strength and crafting skill. Their leader, Thorgrim Grimjaw, recognized the hammer immediately. "The judgment of dawn," he breathed, his eyes wide beneath bushy eyebrows. "We thought it lost when the court fell. Where did you find it?" Eris told him of the dying dwarf and the warning of Shadowman's return. With each word, the storm outside grew darker, and distant screams could be heard from the direction of Silverspire. The court's power was never meant to be wielded by one being, Thorgrim explained, leading her deep into the fortress. It was divided among the judges, each representing a different aspect of justice and wisdom. Shadowmen found a way to absorb that power, but the process corrupted him. The only way to stop him now is to reawaken the court itself in a chamber at the heart of the fortress. Thorgrim revealed an ancient map carved into the ceiling, a star chart unlike any Eris had seen before. "The court's judges didn't die," he said quietly. "They were transformed into stars, bound into constellations by the combined power of elven magic and dwarven craft. With the judgment of dawn, we can call them back, but we'll need to perform the ritual at precisely the right moment. When the stars align, the moment, they discovered, was mere hours away." But Shadowmen had not been idle. As they prepared for the ritual, his shadows assaulted both Silverspire and the Grimjaw fortress, testing their defenses, searching for a way in. Eris and the flying dwarves fought back to back, her sword and their hammers keeping the darkness at bay while Thorgrim deciphered the ritual's requirements. The final battle took place in the open air between the two cities. Eris flew with the Grimjaw warriors, their enhanced armor allowing them to soar alongside her. Shadowmend revealed himself at last, a towering figure of living darkness with stars gleaming like cruel eyes throughout his form. As her allies held back the tide of living shadows, Eris raised the judgment of dawn high. The hammer's light caught the last rays of the setting sun and amplified them 1,000-fold, creating a beacon that pierced the heavens. Above them, the stars began to move. Constellations shifted and flowed, taking on new patterns as the judges of the Star Court descended from their celestial exile. They came in forms of pure light, each one a different facet of justice made manifest. Their combined radiance drove back Shadowmen's darkness, revealing the corrupted elf within. But the court did not destroy him. Instead, they rendered true justice, separating the darkness he had absorbed from his original form and binding it once again among the stars, this time as a warning to future generations. The elf who had been Shadowmend remained, purified but forced to live with the memory of his actions. In the aftermath, the court did not resume their role as judges. The world had changed too much in their absence, they said. Instead, they charged the unlikely alliance of Skyguard and Grimjaw clan with maintaining the peace, gifting them with a shard of their power, the ability to see truth in any heart, regardless of race or origin. Silverspire and the Grimjaw fortress became sister cities, connected by bridges of light that spanned the clouds between them. Eris and Thorgrim established a new council, one that combined the wisdom of multiple races with the practical experience of those who had fought to preserve the peace. And on clear nights, those who watch the stars carefully can still see the constellation of the Hammer, keeping eternal vigil alongside the lights of the Star Court, ready to shine forth again should darkness ever threaten to consume the world of light. Story 9. The crown of the dwarven prince Thorian Ironheart sat heavy upon his brow as he stood before the ancient archive of ancestors, its metallic surface reflecting the warm glow of countless crystal lanterns. For centuries, this vast chamber deep within the mountain fortress of Khazad-dûram had held the genealogical records of every noble dwarven family. But tonight, those records had revealed a truth that threatened to shatter everything he believed about himself. The yellowed parchment trembled in his hands as he read the words again. The line of Ironheart springs not from the stone of the mountain, but from the blood of the Watchers, the ancient guardians who maintained balance between the children of Earth and Starlight. A sudden commotion at the archive's entrance drew his attention. Guards rushed in, their armor clanking against the stone floors, bringing news that would make his discovery even more crucial. The plague had reached the outer settlements. For weeks now, reports had been arriving from across the realm. Elves in the Silverleaf Forest were transforming into feral beings consumed by an insatiable hunger for magic, their once graceful forms twisted into creatures of shadow and hunger. Among the dwarven holds, citizens were slowly turning to living stone, their flesh hardening until they became statues that still held consciousness in their crystal eyes. "My prince," called out Commander Grimhild, her beard braided with bronze rings that chimed with urgency. "The quarantine has failed. We have reports of transformations within the central halls." Thorian's fingers traced the ancient runes on the parchment. "Perhaps this is no coincidence," he muttered. "The Watchers were said to maintain the balance between our peoples." With their bloodline all but gone, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "You found it then." From the shadows emerged a tall, slender figure that set the guards instantly on edge. The elf woman's silver hair seemed to capture and reflect the crystal light, and her eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "The truth about your lineage, Lady Alara," Thorian acknowledged, noting how his guards gripped their weapons tighter. The elven sage had arrived at their gates 3 days ago, claiming she had knowledge about the plague. Few had trusted her, But Thorian had sensed something different about her, something that now made perfect sense. "You knew," she nodded, approaching the ancient texts. "I am a keeper of forbidden histories." The Watchers were neither dwarf nor elf, but something in between, beings created to maintain the delicate balance between our races. They possessed the strength of the earth and the grace of the stars, and their blood, she paused, meeting Thorian's gaze. Their blood could heal both peoples, and now that blood runs in my veins, Thorian said, the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders alongside his crown. But how can one bloodline cure an entire plague? Elara's expression grew grave. There is a place, deep beneath the waves of the Twilight Sea, the Temple of Alioth. It was there the Watchers performed their greatest rituals of healing and balance. With your blood, and the ancient artifacts still housed within its halls, we might be able to enact a cure. The Twilight Sea lies leagues from here, Commander Grimhild protested. And the temple has been lost for millennia, not lost, Elara corrected, producing a crystal orb that swirled with mysterious energies. Hidden. And I know the way. But we must hurry, the plague spreads faster than anyone anticipated. Already, I sense its corruption trying to take hold within me. Thorian studied the elf woman more carefully, noting the slight tremor in her hands and the faint shadow that seemed to flicker across her skin in the crystal light. She was infected, yet fighting it with all her considerable power. The journey to Alioth became a race against time itself. Through the deep roads beneath the mountains they traveled, emerging into lands where the plague had already taken its toll. They witnessed elven villages where twisted creatures lurked in eternal twilight, and dwarven outposts where living statues stood in silent vigil, their crystal eyes following the traveler's progress. Elara's knowledge proved invaluable, though Thorian sensed she kept certain secrets close. She taught him about his heritage as they traveled, helping him understand the powers that had always seemed strange for a dwarf: his affinity for both stone and starlight, his ability to sense the balance of natural forces. When they finally reached the shores of the Twilight Sea, the water itself seemed to recognize something in Thorian's blood. The waves parted, revealing an ancient road that led down into the darkness. The Temple of Alioth emerged from the depths like a dream of forgotten ages, a structure that blended dwarven architecture with elven grace in ways that should have been impossible. But as they descended into its halls, Elara finally revealed the truth she had been holding back. "The plague," she whispered, her voice echoing off the ancient walls. "I created it." The revelation struck Thorian like a physical blow. "Why?" "To force the emergence of a new Watcher," she said, her form flickering between elf and shadow. "Our peoples have grown too separate, too hostile. The balance falls further every year. I thought if I could force a crisis, it would awaken the dormant Watcher bloodline. And it worked. It brought you here." Before Thorian could respond, the temple itself seemed to come alive. Ancient machines hummed with power, and the waters above shifted like liquid crystal. At the heart of the temple, they found a chamber that mirrored the night sky above and the earth below, a place where the dual nature of Thorian's heritage could fully manifest. The ritual required both Elara's forbidden knowledge and Thorian's blood, but more than that, it required understanding. The plague wasn't simply a disease to be cured, it was a manifestation of the growing imbalance between their peoples. The cure would require more than just magic. It would require a new covenant between elves and dwarves. As Thorian's blood mixed with the ancient waters of Alioth, he felt the power of his ancestors flow through him. He was neither dwarf nor elf, but something that encompassed and transcended both. The cure spread out from the temple like ripples in a pond, reaching every corner of the realm. But the price of healing was high. Elara, consumed by the guilt of her actions in the last stages of the plague, chose to remain in Alioth as its guardian. Thorian returned to his people changed, now openly embracing his role as a Watcher reborn. The plague had transformed their world, not through the corruption it spread, but through the truths it revealed. In its aftermath, dwarves and elves began to rebuild their relations, guided by the wisdom of a prince who carried the blood of both earth and stars. And in the depths of Alioth, it's said that Elara still walks the ancient halls, her form shifting between shadow and light, watching over the balance she had nearly destroyed in her desperate attempt to restore it. Story 10. The ancient runes pulsed with an eerie blue light beneath Silveria's fingers, their warmth seeping through her leather gloves like whispers from the past. The forest ranger knelt in the shadow of the border stones, massive monoliths that had marked the boundary between the elven and dwarven realms for millennia. Here, in this twilight realm where the ethereal Silvermist forest met the rugged foothills of the Ironspine Mountains, she had found something that would shatter the foundations of both kingdoms. "These aren't boundary markers," she whispered, her keen eyes tracing the intricate patterns that spiraled across the stone's weathered surface. Their warnings, the runes told a story that defied everything she had been taught in the halls of the Moonweave Academy. Elves and dwarves weren't ancient rivals whose differences had sparked countless wars. They were two halves of the same whole, deliberately split by an entity known as the Fate Weaver, a primordial being who had shaped reality itself at the dawn of time. A sudden gust of wind carried the scent of forge fire and molten metal from the dwarven settlements beyond the foothills. Silveria's pointed ears twitched at the familiar rhythm of hammers striking anvils, a sound that had always seemed discordant to elven sensibilities, but now carried a strange resonance with her own heartbeat. "Found something interesting in our lands, Tree Walker?" The gruff voice startled her, though centuries of ranger training kept her from showing it. She turned to face a stocky figure emerging from the shadows of a nearby boulder. The dwarf's beard was braided with strips of metallic thread that caught the fading sunlight, and his eyes held the same knowing glint as the hammer strapped across his back. But it was the intricate patterns etched into his armor that caught Silveria's attention. They matched the runes at her feet. "These are your marks, aren't they? Forge Singer?" She used the ancient term without thinking, and the dwarf's eyes widened. "Durgan Solforge," he corrected, though a smile played beneath his beard. "And you're the first elf in 3 centuries to recognize the old words." "Those runes are indeed my work, or rather, the work of the memories in my hammer." Durgan approached the stones, his heavy boots leaving no sound on the fallen leaves, a trait decidedly undwarven. "The Memoriam Forge allows me to craft items that carry ancestral memories. But lately, the memories have been troubled. You've felt it too, haven't you? The shifting in the weave of the world?" Silveria nodded slowly. For months, she had sensed a growing dissonance in the forest songs. The ancient trees whispered of change, and the stars themselves seemed to flicker with uncertainty. "The Fate Weaver stirs," she said, gesturing to the runes. "These speak of a being who split our peoples apart, fearing the power we held when unified." Durgan's expression darkened. "And now it wakes, finding a world where its grand design has begun to fray. Already, the signs appear: elven children born with stone sense, dwarven mystics who speak with trees. The barriers between our peoples thin like ice in spring. Together, they studied the runes as twilight deepened around them. The ancient script spoke of artifacts, 7 sacred objects that, when united, could complete the ritual of reunification. But it also warned of terrible consequences. The true form of their original species was something so powerful that it had frightened even the Fate Weaver itself. "We'll need to work together," Silveria said finally, her green eyes meeting Durgan's gray ones. Your Memoriam Forge can help us locate the artifacts, while my connection to the ancient forests can guide us to the places of power where they're hidden, a dwarf and an elf, seeking to undo the very foundations of their societies. Durgan chuckled grimly. The councils of both our peoples will brand us traitors, perhaps. Silveria smiled, touching the worn hilt of her moonsilver blade. But better to be honest traitors than live a false peace built on ancient lies. Their quest began that very night, under a sky where stars seemed to hang like tears in the fabric of reality. The first artifact lay in the depths of the crystal caverns, where the boundary between elven magic and dwarven craft was already tissue thin. As they descended into that glittering darkness, Silveria felt the weight of destiny settling around them like a cloak. What they found in those caverns and the revelations that followed would shake the foundations of both their worlds. The artifacts they sought were not mere tools but keys to unlocking the memories of their shared ancestry. Each one they recovered brought with it visions of a time when their people were one, when they wielded powers that could shape mountains and sing forests into being. But with each discovery came a price. The Fate Weaver's influence manifested in increasingly dangerous ways. Reality itself seemed to rebel against their efforts, throwing impossible obstacles in their path. Ancient guardians awakened, and the very land turned against them as they raced to complete their quest before the Fate Weaver fully awakened. Through treacherous swamps where reality rippled like water, across plains where time flowed backwards, and into the heart of mountains that remembered when they were clouds, Silveria and Durgan forged a partnership that transcended the ancient divisions of their peoples. She learned to appreciate the subtle artistry of metalwork, while he discovered the poetry in the whispers of ancient trees. Yet as they gathered the artifacts and their power grew, doubts began to surface. The warnings in the runes became clearer, speaking of a form so terrible that it had threatened the stability of reality itself. What if the Fate Weaver had split their species not out of fear or malice, but necessity? In the end, standing before the threshold of unity with all 7 artifacts assembled, Silveria and Durgan faced their greatest challenge not from the Fate Weaver or their opposing societies, but from the weight of their own choices. The power to undo the ancient sundering through the artifacts, calling to something deep within their souls. Perhaps some mysteries should remain buried, Durgan whispered, his hand trembling as he held the final artifact, a crystal that contained the last pure memory of their unified form. Silveria touched the runes on his armor, feeling the echo of countless generations who had lived, loved, and died as separate peoples. Or perhaps the greatest wisdom lies not in returning to what we were, but in choosing what we will become together. They made their choice one that would echo through the ages to come, proving that the strongest bonds are not those forged by shared origins, but by the paths we choose to walk together. The truth they discovered about their species remained a secret, buried in the depths of the crystal caverns, waiting for a time when both peoples would be ready to face it. But the partnership between a forest ranger and a forge singer became legend, proving that the boundaries between elf and dwarf were never as solid as the border stones that marked them. And sometimes on nights when the stars shine with particular brightness, travelers near the border stones speak of seeing 2 figures, one tall and graceful, one stout and strong, working together to carve new runes into the ancient rock. Runes that speak not of division and fear, but of harmony and hope.